coming down the stretch here with Wetumpka, which is going to be a tough deal.
It's a big game.
Yeah, it's going to be. And then you've got Beauregard at the end of the schedule. It's going to be something to behold. We're going to go ahead. I know we sound like we're talking all over the place right now. We're trying to get some things figured out. Going to take another break. We come back. We'll get this figured out. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown right after this. We're good now. I think we just need to get back in on there. We just need to get back on TV. I think it's real. I mean, I guess. I don't know why I wouldn't do. We just need to get it on TV. I've had 2 text messages wondering. It's screwed up every time I come up here. There's something wrong every time I come up here. The phone's jacked up, plugs are unplugged, it don't sound right, nothing works. I don't understand. Should be right. Or I don't know why they unplug stuff, man. Go out there and see if you can get us some paper. Find us 50 cents and get us a game paper before I lose my mind. That's the worst 17 minutes of broadcast I think I've ever done.
2 minutes. One minute.
Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Adam Blankenship here with you till noon, maybe a little after today because we've had a few technical glitches. Hopefully get this show going in the right direction. Maybe it is an open for Alabama today.
Sure,
well, we've gotten off to the start. So, but anyway, Auburn, no game for Auburn today. Glad to see that we're on the air on TV now. Finally, we're just a little frustrated, just so to say up here with the way things started. But look, we're going to start fresh right now. Sometimes you just can't help a few technical glitches. I've been working at it, so now we got everything straight. Let's talk about the local area, and we'll run down scores from this area. Last night, obviously, we talked about Benjamin Russell. They fall 35-24. Horseshoe Bend with a big 7-0 win over Fayetteville. Now, I highlighted this game a few weeks ago because I looked at that Fayetteville score when they played Lafayette.
Yeah.
And Fayetteville played them extremely tough. Fayetteville played Horseshoe Bend back in the spring in a jamboree or in a spring game, and Horseshoe Bend was able to win the game. But Horseshoe Bend played a very tough Fayetteville team, and they have fought back to have a decent, not, if you look at the record, it's not going to show, but I knew Horseshoe Bend was going to have their hands full. And a lot of people had just checked this off as an automatic win, and it ended up being a win, but it was a hard-fought win. Horseshoe Bend continues to have a great season, and that was a huge win for them. It solidifies themselves into the playoffs and moves them forward. Hopefully we can have a guest from Horseshoe Bend on here shortly to talk about that win. Hanley defeats Dable 50-13. It has not been a good season for the Dable Tigers, about like our Benjamin Russell Wildcats. It's just not where we thought our teams would be at this point in time in the season. We can discuss that. Maybe we can catch up with Kevin Kill a little bit later on. Coosa at one point in time had a lead over Montgomery Academy, couldn't hold on to that. They lose 39-22. There, Montgomery Academy, a good football team. There, Reeltown gets a win 40-15 over Vincent. Elmore County defeats Hopeville 49-21. Here's a crazy one right here. Opelika defeats Wetumpka 38-37. It was 37-31. Wetumpka with about 4.5 minutes to go at them.
Yeah, we were following that game all night long, and it was back and forth the entire time. And Wetumpka actually jumped out pretty big
21-0.
Yeah, pretty big early. And then that Opelika team just doing what they do all year, just fighting back.
Well, Wetumpka just shows you what kind of offense they have to be able to move the ball and score on that defense, one of the better defenses in the state of Alabama, but it has shown some weakness there. A lot of people penciling Opelika in to make the run in the south part of the bracket, but they have faced obviously some tough opponents. They've been up to the challenge, and you look at some of the stuff that they've been able to overcome, and last night was a test for them. Down 21-0 to an explosive offense. They dialed it back in, figured out a way to come out with a 1-point win. That's what championship teams do.
Exactly.
And that might propel them into the playoffs as far as their mindset. We already know they're a good football team, but I think it's more mental than it is anything with Opelika. If you look at Tallahassee with a huge win last night over Leeds, 26-13, and then Dothan defeats Stanhope, and these are scores from around the Millbrook and Lake Martin area. Dothan defeats Stanhope Elmore 34-23, and they continue to have tough times down there at Stanhope Elmore. But again, Adam, you look at it's a mixed bag right now in the county. Reeltown gets a win, but their season hasn't been what they are used to. Dable, obviously, not what they're used to. The last 4 years, we've been spoiled at Benjamin Russell, winning 10-plus games each year. Right now, we've only got 3. We're 3-5, not where we thought we would be at this time. We knew it was a tough schedule, but just a tough road to hoe. And then Helena comes in last night and really plays well. I'm very impressed with their team. The loss obviously had a lot to do with them more than it did us. They made plays. They had a great running back. They were physical up front on the offensive line. And so you just have to tip your hat sometimes. They made plays, and we didn't when it counted. And they move on. That was their second region win. So they're 2-3 in the region with one game left against Chelsea. So, and I know a lot of people would say, well, Chelsea will notch a win.
Never know.
Helena lost to Wetumpka the week before, 27-21.
Yeah.
So everybody in this region up and down, in any given Friday night, you better be ready to play or you're going to get beat.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought last night's game was pretty much the biggest game of the season at the point. Just because if we could have got that win right there, we could have locked up that fourth spot or at least a spot in the playoffs. But now you're looking at we're 3-2 in the region. Helena's 2-3 in the region. So, we got to get this win next week against Wetumpka. If we don't, and Helena can pull off a win against Chelsea, which we both think is a possibility.
Yeah.
Then they get in, we're out.
Well, let me just tell you this. It's more of a mindset for our football team right now than it is anything, and digging deep and figuring out who we are as a team. And I think, when you go through a season and you don't really have an identity, and I think we've been searching for that, especially on offense, Adam. We've seen all types of different things offensively from our coaching staff, and what that's saying is our coaching staff is trying to find what our identity is. What do we do well, and what can we go back to? I mean, we have run, spread formation. We've run wishbone. We've done about all of it. Anything that you can look to as far as trying to mix it up and find a combination of what works. We've played Timmy at quarterback. Landon Cotney stepped up as a sophomore and really played well at times, but he's a sophomore. He's learning on the fly. I mean, you're throwing a sophomore quarterback into the teeth of one of the toughest schedules in the state, and playing teams like Minor, playing teams like Opelika, and Oxford, and I mean, on the road, most of them too. I mean, so that's something that you got to look at as a whole. And so we have had some bright spots. We've had some bright spots this year, with some wins. And but we've also left the stadium scratching our heads, because you look at Minor last night, for example. Minor's a team that could win the state championship. We had them on the ropes in the third quarter. I mean, at the end of the second quarter, we kind of had a little one of those moments where we had to come apart, and didn't finish the first half well. They took advantage of it, but we were still right there in the game. And then Minor, imposed their will like championship teams do, and like we've done the last 4 years on teams, and gone ahead and won the football game. They jumped out on Clay Chalkville last night, 28-0. I mean, that's the team that played for the state championship last year and was the defending state champs from the year before, and had not lost the game.
These Division I recruits out
That's exactly right. I mean, it tells you that this football team we have, when their mind is right and when they're focused, they can play with anybody. They can play with anybody out here. I mean, they played the number 3, the number 4, and the number 5 teams in 6A, and Wetumpka crept into the top 10 this week. And in my opinion, after a 38-37 loss, they ought to move up.
Yeah.
Because Opelika was the number 4 team in 6A. They creep in at the number 10 spot.
You got a caller on the line.
They need to be propelled up, because they're a good football team. This is a team that went 3-7 last year, and Wetumpka have really turned it around. Let's go to the phone lines for the first time on Saturday Sports Countdown. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Brett, how y'all doing today, brother?
I hope it's not tonight. It's we're doing good.
Hey, man, I want to comment on Lafayette Bulldogs. About Lafayette Bulldogs, they won last night in 68-7. The big showdown is this Friday night in Lafayette. Lafayette and Lynette, whoever win that, going to win the region. And but the Bulldogs look good. That was this play. Y'all ain't going to believe it. My right hand up. They done this thing 4 times and before they really made the touchdown. That was one play that they done. They went straight down the line, about 60 yards, touchdown, one play, bam. They had to call it back, holding. It's Lafayette. All right, they done it again. Run it all the way down, run about a 70-yard touchdown. And then they had to call it back. And then the third time they done it again, they had to call it back for holding. And then the fourth time, Whitlow took it down the line, went all the way, touchdown, about a 90-yard touchdown. And this time wasn't no flag, but it was a good game. And the best game going to be next week in Lafayette, Alabama. And come on, Bulldogs. If they win that, that's the first time that they ever won the region. And they doing something that Lafayette ain't never done. They're going to, if they can win the next game, then they'll be undefeated. And go Bulldogs. And I'm still a Wildcat fan, but I mean, I try to keep up with my hometown boys and go Bulldogs, and let's win the region.
Definitely, and this is a game that
Thank you, Jerome.
This is a game I've had circled on my calendar for, I guess, since game 3 of the season. Just because I felt like with the way both teams are playing, that this matchup was going to happen for the region championship, and it's here. I mean, next Friday night, I'm going. I'm there.
Right.
I can't wait.
You can't stand.
I can't wait. I'm
just
so
ready
excited
to get down there.
Yeah,
You've been
talking about this game all year long.
You have, man, and I think it's going to live up to
It's
billing.
going to be fun.
But Lafayette and Lynette already rivals. Lynette would love nothing more than to go in there and spoil an undefeated season for
there's a lot at stake. They could spoil the undefeated season, which is their biggest rival, and also take the region from them right there. So this is going to be a barn burner right here. I'm excited.
I think you're right. We're going to talk about that game and a lot more. Going to try to get one of my good friends on to talk about Tallahassee defeating Leeds last night. I think a lot of people were expecting that game to be close. It was, but Tallahassee dominated them up front.
That region has been the strangest region. We've kept up with it all season long, but it's always been someone winning who you're not expecting between Dayville and Leeds and Tallahassee and everybody. I mean, it's been back and forth the entire season. It's really hard to get a read on that region to see who really is the best in there.
I totally agree with you. And 256-234-6221, got an update. Kevin Kill out of pocket today, but he did send me some notes about that Dayville game as he's called that game last night. And when we come back, I'll run that down and talk about that, hopefully catch up with some Horseshoe Bend coaches, a lot of people to talk to about wins last night around the area. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Adam Blankenship here with you till noon. We'll go to the phone line now and welcome in our good friend Chad Keeson, one of the coaches there at Horseshoe Bend. A big win last night for the Generals as they defeat Fayetteville 7-0. Chad, welcome into the show, buddy.
Yeah, good to hear you, Brett.
Hey, man, congratulations last night on a win. Continues a good season for you guys. I know you can't officially say you're in yet, but you feel really good about the situation, the way your football team is playing right now, and the way the schedule leans out. I know you got to go out and take care of business every week, and you don't want to overlook anybody. It doesn't matter what their record is. But let's just focus on last night, a hard-fought 7-0 win. This is a team that you guys saw back in the spring. You knew that this was a team that had some players and were much improved from teams that they've had in the past. And last night, obviously, was a good old-fashioned defensive football game.
It was a very exciting game last night, Brett. Fayetteville came in with a great game plan to stop our run game, which has been our bread and butter all season. Drew Hill and Trace Meadows made it tough. Fayetteville made it tough on them this last night from running the ball. Drew ended up, I think, 22 carries for 160-some yards. Trace Meadows actually scored our only touchdown on a little screen pass we ran in the first quarter, so we were up 7-0 early. But after that, it was just a struggle back and forth field position-wise. We missed 2 field goals, and they had a couple of touchdowns called back. We also had some called back, a lot of holding penalties last night. But it was just one of those grind them out, see who's got what, and it came down to a goal line stand with a minute left. They were at the half-yard line, fourth and a half yard to go, and we stuffed them right there, and it was really exciting. Big win for the Generals, and everyone else played very well.
Well, Chad, that that says a lot about a team as you get ready for the playoffs, your mindset. You know that in games like that, you're going to have to find a way to pull out wins, and when your back's against the wall. And I know you guys were proud of how you guys came out down there. Anytime you can hold a team there on 4th down and goal right there inside the 1 yard line, that's a bigger victory than just right there in the moment. That tells you a lot about the heart and soul of your football team.
Yeah, it's definitely shown us a little bit about who these kids are. A lot of these kids played in that team last year. You know, we went 0-10 last year. So to be 5-3 going into the last 2 weeks here is a huge accomplishment for them. And a lot of teams we've had before, just the thing wouldn't have happened that way. And last night they showed that they wanted it. They've been working hard towards it. We've been killing the weight room. They've been focused on what they want to do and what they can accomplish. So this has been a huge turnaround, and I compliment these boys so much and all their hard work, determination, and what they've striving for this year and accomplished so far this year has been great. We got 2 weeks left to take care of some more business.
Chad, I had the opportunity to watch y'all play earlier this season, and what I can tell is Cade Worthy, he has a heart of a line. He steps up and makes big plays when he needs to. Talk a little bit about how you've seen him grow this year.
Well, Cade Worthy was probably one of our more developed players that we've had since last year, and we threw him in there last year. Small kid, not a lot of size to him. Knows the game, loves the game, but just his physical limitations held him back last year. But this year he's gotten bigger. He knows what he can do and what he can't do. He works on the things that make him successful, and he manages the game so well. He helped with that touchdown. He threw a great ball out there in that jailbreak and scored a touchdown on it. And he just knows where to line the running backs up, where to put them, what play should look like, and everything like that. Who's doing what on the play. So he just managed the game so well and has become more and more confident in what he can do and what he can't do. So he really plays to his strengths and does a great job for us.
Well, Chad, you guys have 2 more weeks left. Obviously 5-3, you're doing really well. Sitting there, you played some really tough football teams in Lafayette, Lynette. You played tough with them. You know what playoff football is all about. You guys have been there before, but playing a tough schedule gets you ready for what you're going to see week in and week out when you get to the playoffs. Now, I know you have 2 games left, 1 more region game against Woodland. If you defeat Woodland, you're definitely in the playoffs, and then you end up at the last game of the season with a very good Wadley team. That's a team that you guys used to open the season with, but now we'll end the season with a very good Wadley team. But I know you guys like your chances against both these teams coming down the stretch.
Yeah, we've been watching Woodland all year in different films of the teams we played and everything like that, and they've got some good players that get after it, but I think as far as what we want to do and what we can do, I think we match up with them pretty well. We haven't beat Woodland in, I think, 12 years, and we got to go to their place, which is always a tough place to play. But I think I like our chances, and I know our boys are focused that way, and they enjoyed the win last night, but now are going to get refocused on winning. And we changed that game to Thursday this week, so we're playing this Thursday in Woodland at 7 o'clock. And then Wadley, of course, it's a record proves how good they are. Last year they were real good. They've turned it around this year. Have been one of the better teams in the area so far. So it's always a big rivalry for us. We'll play them at home the following Thursday at Horseshoe Bend Stadium. But I like what we can do, and it'll be fun to go out there and play against them too. Just knowing what we've accomplished so far.
Well, Chad, we really appreciate you calling in today and really giving a synopsis of what happened last night. Big 7-0 win over Fayetteville as you guys move forward. Congratulations. Good luck on the last 2 weeks, and hopefully we catch up with you the next 2 Saturdays after 2 big wins.
Yeah, I can't wait to call you next Saturday and tell you all about the win against Woodland and then to get in the playoffs and see how that goes.
That's great, Chad.
I appreciate it, Brett.
That's great, man. We look forward to it. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That's Chad Keeson, and one of the football coaches at Horseshoe Bend. Does a tremendous job there. They're at 5-3 on the season, and just continue to get stronger as the year goes along. And kind of what I expected out of Benjamin Russell, to be honest with you. I thought that we played pretty well to begin the year. I know we lost a hard-fought game on the road to Central Clay, but then we come back and we win a couple of ball games, and I felt like we had our sea legs. We knew we were going to head into a stretch where it was going to be really tough. But Adam, we've been right there against the Oxfords. We've been right there against the Miners. We've been right there. We beat Chelsea. I thought that was a huge win right out of the gate at home. First home game, you win 40-29, and I felt real good about our team. And and this team just somehow hasn't been able to find its identity. And when you look all year for your identity, then that's where that consistency word comes in. So yes. I just hope maybe the next 2 weeks will be positive for our Wildcats and we'll move forward. But congratulations there to Horseshoe Bend. We come back, we'll talk about the Dayville Tigers, talk about scores from around the state, and close out the high school segment. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown right after this.
That was a stiff arm.
I know, man. Is that not unreal?
Serious? 26. This guy's world rock.
Hey, did he leave?
Yeah, he's been off.
Oh. The thing on my side didn't make the noise.
Yeah, well, he hung. Yeah, I signed him off, and we just kept talking. So.
Adam, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Why won't you trade me for Carlos Hyde?
Because you won't give me anybody.
Who you want?
I need a receiver. What's your team name?
The Bad Moons. All I got's wide receivers, man.
All right, hold on. I'm pulling up right now. I'm trying to give Carlos Hyde away, but nobody will take him for what I want. Hold on.
I offered you a trade.
It was garbage there.
Well, I mean, that's just the first one. It would get better because I need him.
I want Jarvis Landry from you.
I'd have to get another wide receiver back to fill his spot.
Man, you look at it. Carlos Hyde is a top 5 scoring player in the league. Receivers are not really that important in this league. So, I'm giving up a top 5 player for what? Landry, who's what? Top 15 receiver? Top 10 receiver? I think I
might be able to make that work.
All right. Give me him and that Jay Richard kid.
No, I need him for – well, no, I don't need him because if I get Carlos Hyde, yeah, okay.
Send me that and you got a deal.
Daphne beat Blunt 28-18 last night. I cannot believe that.
So if we do get in, we're going to Hillcrest. That's closer. We might need to go ahead and grab on out of this one.
We're not.
Bagel stuff. Team.
Saturday Sports Countdown, presented by JR's Sports Bar and Grill. And Brett Pritchard, Adam Blankenship up here with you till noon. We'll love to hear from you. We've already had several calls up here. Thanks to Chad Keyson for calling in, giving an update there on Horseshoe Bend. A big win there for them last night. Unfortunately for the Dayville Tigers, not so much. Talked to Kevin Kill earlier. He's out of pocket, can't call in today, but did give me some information about the game last night. Obviously, Hanley defeats Dayville 50-13. Unless Elmore County beats Tallahassee, which doesn't look very promising, Dayville has been eliminated from the playoffs. So
that's one of those situations you really don't put yourself in. You don't want to have to win your game and then rely on someone else.
That's right.
But like I said, in this region, though, strange things have happened all year long. I can still see it happening, but the biggest concern for the Dayville Tigers, though, has to be Margarius Buchanan. It seems like he went out in the first half, didn't play second half, so his status is kind of unknown coming into this game against Childersburg. They have to win.
Yeah, went down with a hamstring. Also, another injury note there, Carson McClendon, and maybe possibly a torn ACL. So just wasn't a good night for Dayville football all the way around, not from a scoring standpoint, from an injury standpoint for some of their players. It just hasn't been the season that Dayville and Benjamin Russell expected coming down the stretch. Benjamin Russell plays Wetumpka next Friday. Hands will be more than full at their place against a team that lost by 1 point to Opelika last night. They're gonna bring everything they can because they know that they're right there in the playoffs. With a chance to clinch that second spot somehow, some way. If they can solidify that, they'll have a home playoff game. So they still have a lot to play for. The Wildcats sitting at 3-2 because we got off to such a good start in the region, and we're sitting there at 3-1. We have an opportunity, even with a loss next Friday night, to still make the playoffs. But that's not how you want to get in.
Yeah.
You don't want to limp in to the playoffs because your mind's not right. You're not focused. You know that it doesn't feel right.
And that road's going to be really tough.
Well, that's right. I mean, and technically, Adam, I know it doesn't look right, but if you lose to Wetumpka and Beauregard coming down the stretch, you're 3-7 going into the playoffs.
Yeah. And,
a lot of teams, you still have accomplished the goal, but it's not the way you wanted to accomplish the goal. And it looks like if you get in and you get that 4 seed, you got to go to Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, one of the best teams in 6A right now.
Yeah, and that's something that you really don't want to do. Considering the schedule we've played all season long, though, I think we would kind of be ready for that game, but I just don't know if we'll be able to make any kind of magic. But, that's still a lot of football left to be played.
A lot of football left to be played. Let's start in 7A and run some scores down. Auburn has really turned some things around here in the last couple of weeks. They get a big win over Smith Station. 38-7.
What's going on there? What's happened? Because it's been like this here lately.
I don't know.
They just decided to play.
I guess so. And Phoenix City destroys Lee Montgomery. Lee Montgomery falls to Auburn last week. Came back and made it close, but Phoenix City wins 59-28. Hoover defeats Vestavia 38-7.
Shocker.
Hewitt Trussville 49-26 winners over Huntsville. Prattville's long Ophir season continues. Jeff Davis beats them 41-29. There's just some things that aren't aligned right in the universe right now.
It's amazing.
And it just seems kind of crazy when you look at some of these scores. The number one team in 7A, no problem with Baker, 42-7 there. Mountain Brook, 41, Oak Mountain 27. Spain Park blanks Tuscaloosa County 35-0. Don't know what's going on in Tuscaloosa County, man. It is really a head scratcher there. They have been shut out a couple times and some blowouts coming down the stretch.
So what it seems like to me in 7A is Hoover and McGill-Tulane are pretty much on the collision course for the state championship. Basically,
yeah. I mean, I think Phoenix City is going to have something to say about that.
You think so?
Yeah,
you think they can play with them?
I do. I do think on any given night, I think that team is dangerous. I think that Phoenix City is very explosive. They got premier talent on defense.
Yeah.
And, McGill-Tulane has shown that they're the class of the south part of the bracket, but that's who they played last. Phoenix City and McGill-Tulane played in the semifinals to go to the state championship last year. McGill barely beat them.
Yeah.
So I think they're on a collision course first. I think Hoover may have a run of it in the north.
Yeah.
And will solidify themselves back there. Somebody could slip up. I mean, a Hewitt Trustful could rise up maybe, or somebody like that. But again, I feel certain that like you, that Hoover will be there. But I think there's still some business to be done in the south part of the 7A bracket. We'll see. We're already talking about it, and the playoffs haven't even been set yet. 6A action last night. The shocker really was Daphne defeating Blount 28-18. Kenny King, former Alabama defensive lineman, really has gone down there in less than a year and turned Daphne's program around. Daphne was starting to fall off big time in that Mobile area, and that's not a place you want to fall off because there's so many tough teams down there. But he's got Daphne back because Blount really looks like a team that had solidified themselves up there at the top of 6A, and rightfully so, but they fall 28-18. Homewood defeated Shades Valley last night, 27-21. Minor defeated Clay Chalkville 54-28. They were up 28-0 in that game. And they just came, Clay Chalkville, their efforts were futile coming down the stretch. You get that big a hole against Minor, you can forget it. I mean, you're not going to outscore them.
You're not.
They're a tough team to deal with, and they can really, really get after it. Opelika, as we said, defeated Wetumpka 38-37. Oxford defeats Pell City last night 37-3. Parks Crossing with a 3-point win over Sidney Lanier 13-10. Crazy stuff there in 7A and 6A. A big win for Central Claydown in 5A. They solidify, I believe, the number one seed in the region with a win over Sylacauga last night, 49-20 to 34.
And that's a team right there too who's really gotten better. They had a little slip up early on in the season, but they come back strong, especially the past 2 weeks with wins over Beauregard and Sylacauga. So they pretty much locked up their region right there. And it's gonna be fun to follow them in the playoffs this year too.
Absolutely. And we'll wrap it up there with the Tallahassee Leeds score down in 4A. Tallahassee defeats Leeds 26-13. A big win there for the Tigers, and that'll wrap up the high school blitz segment of our program. We come back, a lot of college football to talk about, Adam. Big day for the Alabama Crimson Tide as the Tennessee Volunteers, who've been playing really well, lost in double overtime to Texas A&M, found a way to even get that game to overtime, was remarkable. This Tennessee team, you better not ever count them out of any game. I mean, it doesn't matter what the score is, how much you're up, doesn't matter how many minutes are left in the game. You got to play 60 to beat this Tennessee team. And, Tennessee's they've had this circled. It's been 9 years since they've beaten Alabama. They've lost a lot of lopsided games. Really, the closest one was when Lane Kiffin was on Tennessee's sideline when, Mount Cody blocked that field goal late. So we'll talk about that. Auburn off this week. The Ole Miss-Arkansas game, we'll talk about that game. And obviously a big one up at Camp Randall today, Wisconsin, and Ohio State. Those are really the three biggest games on slate today. Stay tuned for the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR right after this. What happened there?
That's what I'm saying. He died?
I guess.
I met him
Are we at break?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just give me a little heads up.
Sorry.
I met him back when he was at Auburn. I was at Jimmy's Car Stereo getting some speakers in my car. I think I'm in high school, I'm thinking. Maybe. Or in college one. He was there. Come up, talk to me about 20 minutes. Like, come
Quentin
up.
Groves
Yeah,
did?
initiated the conversation. Absolutely nicest dude I've ever met.
He
was awesome. He was awesome.
I don't know what's going on.
I talked to him for a while, and I was a fan right then. I was like, this guy right here is awesome. God, I hate that.
Man, how is somebody in that shape?
Right? So Auburn is now 5-3. They pretty much worked
He
themselves
was
back in the
linebacker
playoffs.
coach at Kahoma Community College.
Good Lord.
Two minutes.
I got a picture of me and Quentin hanging up in the office over there.
Really?
And when we did that,
One of the nicest dudes I've ever met. I mean, it was.
golly, man.
I never will forget. He told me, I was just talking. He was like, "Yeah, I'm getting some speakers for my car." I said, "What are they doing?" He said, "I'm going to put 20 speakers all the way around in this thing." I was like, 20 speakers? Some boosters doing you right, aren't they?
God, they're not taking care of him, man.
Yeah, he took care of them, didn't they? Oh, man. I hate that.
I find out what happened there with that.
Coming back to you in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Adam Blankenship here with you till noon. Adam, obviously, we'll start off the College Blitz segment on a little bit of a somber note this morning, as just learned, and obviously hitting across the airwaves now, that former Auburn football great pass rusher Quentin Groves dead at the age of 32 from an apparent heart attack. So I'm sure we'll find out some more information regarding that throughout the show. We'll pass that along whenever we get some information regarding that. But former Auburn football player Quentin Groves, one of the more prolific pass rushers that Auburn has ever had.
Amazing talent.
And very, very talented football player, dead at the age of 32, and an apparent heart attack. So we will talk about him. He was a second-round pick by the Jacksonville Jaguars when he came out of college, came out of Auburn. Again, was part of that 2004 team that went undefeated. Really made some. I know not for you, it's not memorable for Alabama, but had several of those sacks in that Sack Brody game, and just did some really good things as an Auburn defender. Went down as one of the all-time greats there on the defensive side of the ball for Auburn. So hopefully to learn more about that. But it just tells you, man, life's short. You better appreciate every every moment you have. You're not promised anything, and doesn't matter what age. Heart attacks don't just happen to people. Past a certain age. It can happen to people that are in great shape and whatnot. So you just
it's your time.
Yes, exactly right. That's exactly right. So thoughts and prayers with Quentin Grove's family.
And speaking of him on that, I know, like you said, that I wasn't get to cheer him on as much, but I did have the opportunity to meet him one time in Auburn, and he actually came up and introduced himself to me as I was just standing randomly, and I ended up talking to him for about 20 minutes. So I thought he was a really cool guy. I thought he was extremely friendly, really, really intelligent guy too. So I really hate that. I was a fan of him, even though he did play for Auburn.
Sure.
So
you can be fans of the of the person.
Definitely.
And you might not like the color they wear as far as who they chose to play for, but same with Alabama. I've got some players that I've admired and I've met, and some that we've had on the program that have been really nice to us. And, at the end of the day, when you take the jersey and the helmet off, we're all trying to go through life and have a good time.
Exactly. And wish these guys the best,
That's exactly right.
You want to see them succeed.
Exactly. But very somber news there. And hopefully we'll have some more information as it's made available there on Quentin Groves, who passed away, obviously, this morning by way of a heart attack. 32 years old. You just don't ever know. So you look over at the college football scene today. There are some good games, obviously, getting started at the 11 o'clock hour. Kansas State and Oklahoma just getting kicked off. That's a game that obviously Oklahoma's favored to win. We'll see how that game plays out. But I think more importantly, around the country today, there's not a ton of great games on. I thought we'll start with last night in the Mississippi State Bulldogs. If you stayed up and watched that game,
I tried to make it out of the way.
Well, Dan Mullen and the Mississippi State Bulldogs, they go on the road to BYU, Provo, Utah, and lose 28-21 in double overtime. Mississippi State led that game 14-7 at half. Was tied up, really shot themselves in the foot a lot with penalties last night. But BYU able to hold on and hold serve at home. Now, BYU is a very good football team, and I'm going to go through some of their results here. As I looked at it last night going into the game, looked at their schedule. They opened up with a 2-point win over Arizona, 18-16. Then they lost by 1 to Utah, their rival, 20-19. And then they lose by 3 to UCLA, 17-14. And then they lose by 3 to West Virginia, 35-32. So you're talking about
a team that's been just been on the verge
all year long. On the verge. And then they beat Toledo 55-53. And then they come back and really lay one on Michigan State, 31-14. And last night gets them over the hump. They're 4-3 now with a 28-21 win over Mississippi State. They could easily be undefeated right now.
No doubt.
I mean, they had a 3-point loss to UCLA, a 1-point loss to Utah, and a 2-point loss to West Virginia. I mean, they're easily – one break goes their way in that game. They're undefeated right now.
And we were talking last night. I can't think of the quarterback's name, and I'll get it to you here in a second for BYU. But I feel like that guy's been on that team since. And Swole said the best. He's been on that team since we were in middle school. So he should be good. The thing about it, he's just offensive coordinator now. He's been there forever. But watching Mississippi State, it really seems like they're a team who's struggling to find their identity as well. It seems like Mullen really can't get much going with his offense if he doesn't have that superstar quarterback. Mm-hmm. And it's easy to say that, too, whenever you're replacing a guy like Dak Prescott. So, it just seems like Mississippi State, I guess going into the game, I think they got 7 points on the road, and that's kind of hard to see that with an SEC team going and playing in a conference like that. But it's just really been a team who's struggled all season long, and it's just not very good.
Well, you look at Mississippi State coming down the stretch, too, and Mississippi State, they lose to South Alabama right out of the gate. They beat South Carolina, not a very good South Carolina team. Then they lose by 3 to LSU, come back with a win over UMass. Then Auburn on them last Saturday, 38-14 there. And you look down the schedule, you were looking at a quick turnaround for them, have to go out to Utah and play BYU. BYU is able to win double overtime. That kind of loss right there, Adam, can be devastating for the remainder of the year and the psyche of their team. because you look down their schedule, and I just don't
It's not getting
see
any easier.
I just don't see a lot of wins. Now next week against Kentucky, very winnable game, even though it's on the road. I think Mississippi State can go get that one. And they have Samford at home. I think Samford's 4-1. They're a better football team this year. But then it starts to get rough. They've got Texas A&M, Alabama, Arkansas, and Ole Miss to close the season out.
Ooh.
So last night, that BYU game was very important to them as far as trying to get to 6 wins on the season and bowl win. And I don't see them winning any of those last 4. And frankly, I think the Kentucky game is not a for sure thing. So I don't know. This Mississippi State team could have already won. With obviously Samford there, that's a game that they feel like they're going to win. But maybe 1, maybe 2 wins left on the schedule for Mississippi State. That game was huge for them last night.
Yeah, definitely. But this is kind of par for the course. This is the Mississippi State I'm kind of used to seeing here.
Yeah.
You know, Dak was kind of a flash in the pan. He kind of changed that entire program.
He was.
I know some people out there are going to be mad at me for saying it, but this is the Mississippi State we're used to seeing in the SEC, and I'm completely fine with that.
Are you talking about Hill, the quarterback for BYU? Yeah.
God, he's been there forever. I swear.
He's been hurt. He was hurt and he missed a year. And
he's 34 years old. He has 3 kids right now. And he works a 9 to 5, but he still plays.
He does live in Utah.
Yeah. I mean,
so anyway.
Yeah, this is true.
Okay. But anyway.
This is true.
Anyway, Mississippi State loses last night. Louisville last night with a close one at Duke, Duke went to their place. They win 24-14.
Could have lost.
Yeah.
Huge penalty right there on the field goal. Roughing the kicker at the end.
You just wonder, though, if Louisville's had a little bit taken out of them with that Clemson game.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna give Duke credit now. Duke is a good football team, and David Cutcliffe has them playing good football, has had them playing good football for a while. It's a team that I could see Louisville easily overlooking as a team, but Louisville right now, that was tough for their psyche because I think they put so much into that Clemson game on the road, and they were so close to winning it. Falling short kind of took the steam out of them last night. But you look around the country now, starting in today, I mean, there's just not a lot to talk about.
But one question for you before we move on.
Go ahead.
Lamar Jackson had a good night last night, okay? 181 yards passing and a touchdown. He also ran for 144 yards and a touchdown. Is he still your Heisman favorite, or are you still as high on him as we were a couple weeks ago?
There's a caller on the line.
I think a lot to be told. I mean, I think it's just too early to determine right now. I definitely think he's probably one of the most dynamic players.
Would you still take him over JT Barrett?
Again, I think you're going to have to wait till see the full body of work. You can't. I think you have to see the full body of work.
Well,
I really do.
You're gonna see tonight what JT Barrett can do.
Well,
you're gonna see tonight, and then I'm gonna ask you Tuesday because we're gonna do Sports Blitz together, and you give me a decision then. Because we've had this conversation, and you
I like Lamar Jackson. I like Lamar Jackson.
You do.
I really like Lamar Jackson.
I do
think he's a great player, and I think you'll see at the end of the year his stats are going to be tough to overlook. And I think that if they beat Houston and they only lose that one game to Clemson, it's going to be tough to keep them out. So let's go to the phone lines. Caller, go ahead. You're on the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Hello.
Hey, you there?
Yes, sir.
What's up this Saturday morning with you?
I was just calling to see what was the score of the BB Comer game.
The BB Comer game last night. Do you know who they played?
No, sir.
We'll try to get a score for you there and pass that along, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, buddy. Just keep listening. We'll try to find you a score there on the BB Comer game from last night. So, again, what we'll do, we're up against another break anyway, Adam, so we'll take a break here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. I'm a Lamar Jackson fan, man. Not dissing on JT Barrett. I think JT Barrett's a great football player. I think he'll definitely be in New York. I think Lamar Jackson will be in New York.
I think you can stop
he'll
Lamar
be in New
Jackson,
York.
though.
I think Deshaun Watson will be in New York. I think there's a host.
Deshaun Jackson will be there too.
Yeah. I can tell you one that won't be is Leonard Fournette, because I really think Leonard Fournette's trying to figure out a way every week to not be on the field.
I don't blame him.
And we talked about this several weeks ago. We knew this was possibly coming.
Yeah.
So I'm not shocked to see Leonard Fournette tapping out. Possibly may not see him in an LSU uniform again. Now he may make an appearance, but I'm just saying I would not be shocked If it's something every week, well, that ankle
This is something we've got to talk about next segment because
Okay.
I kind of got some feelings on that.
Okay. We'll come back. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown right after this.
Coming back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Pass along that BB Comer score from last night. We just had a caller call in and ask about that. Didn't go BB Comer's way. 33-14, Prattville Christian defeated BB Comer last night. So I'm telling you, it's been a lot of dejected fans in our area, and
It's been rough, hasn't it?
yeah, that's right. But there's been several that haven't been. Horseshoe Bend, we had Chad Keeson on earlier to talk about Horseshoe Bend's big win last night over
Clay
Fayetteville.
Central's definitely happy.
Clay Central's on the up and up, and as they win their region last night over Sylacauga. Tallahassee with a big win over Leeds, just to kind of recap some of the high school action around the area from last night. But moving back into a topic you and I were talking about, guys that will be in New York for the Heisman. If the Heisman race were over today, who would be up there in New York? Obviously,
It's a quarterback award.
yeah, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, and obviously J.T. Barrett would be the three leaders right now. Running back, a note, the only one coming into the season everybody was high on was Leonard Fournette. Leonard Fournette obviously hasn't played very much, sparingly.
My question is do you blame him?
No, not at all.
if
And
you-
I wanted you to understand that, by saying what I said, is that you have a guy that has so much on the line in
No
Leonard
doubt.
Fournette and what he's able to do with his future. And you got to look at anything in life. Do the risk outweigh the rewards?
No doubt.
And it's not a guy that wants to give up on his team or his college or whatever, but you got to look at it from a personal standpoint too. At some point in time, somebody as good as him, and it might be, he can't come out and say I'm out for the rest of the year, because then he would be labeled as a quitter and somebody that's a prima donna, all that. So you try your best to just kind of just mill your way through the season. He's halfway through the season now. If LSU were to lose a couple of more games, I mean, they're really not out. They're really out of everything. And you go to a meaningless – I mean, what is the motivation for him to stay in and play? Because he's going to be one of the top picks in the NFL draft.
And that's my point, too, is they lost to Wisconsin. They lost Auburn. Their only wins is Jacksonville, Mississippi State, and Missouri. Florida's been postponed, so they're not really a good team right now at the moment. If one little fingernail hurt, he don't need to play. He's proved everything that he has to prove. He's ready to be the number one running back, top 5, top 10 pick. Yeah. It's more because, and the reason why it's looking this way, and everybody's like, well, he won't quit. He won't quit. He loves Louisiana too much. It's not about that. Don't sit here and put this on that kid. It's a flawed system in the first place. Okay, he was good enough to come out last year and go top 10 in the NFL. Yeah. They should let him do it. Don't let everybody, but they could do some kind of system to say where if you're ready to be a top 10 pick or you're a top 5 pick, then you can come out when you want to. And that's the way it should be. I mean, it's because all they're doing is milking this guy and getting as many dollars off him as they can.
Yeah, there's no doubt about
it. Because he's carried the ball, 500 times a season since he's been there.
Well, let me just say this. November 19th, Florida and LSU rescheduled. If LSU is in a situation where they still have a shot at doing something, will we see him in that game November 19th?
No. I mean, if he's not feeling good, why would he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I think you're at the point in time in the year that
it's a business, all of it's business. The NCAA's business, teams are business. It's a business now, so he has to make a business decision, and people shouldn't blast him for doing that.
Yeah, I don't think
it's only smart.
Well, I don't think people are blasting him, and I don't think
just look at Ty Gurley.
Yeah, I don't think. I know. I agree, and I just don't think. I think there's a lot of people that understand that now, and things are just different the way they are. I think it has gotten a little crazy, drifting down into high school ranks where they
crazy.
Tell a high school kid, you already got all these scholarship offers. You probably don't want to. You probably don't want to. You don't want to play. I mean, we are starting to take it to the extreme a little bit.
It's only going to get worse too. It's not going to get worse. But my thing though, with
at this level,
at this level though in college, you have to do that because you're looking at life-changing, generation-changing money right here, and there's no reason to risk that for a team that's got. And I know he's not quitting on his players. Don't or on his teammates. Don't take it that way. I'm just thinking you just got to be smarter now. You got to.
You do have to be smarter. 256-234-6221 to be part of the Saturday Sports Countdown. Obviously, in the college blitz segment of the program, talking about games around the country. Just not a lot. It's not a huge weekend in college football.
Oh, but it is.
But it is, and it is depending on who your team is. There's no doubt about it. And obviously for Alabama, it's a big game for them because they play Tennessee at Knoxville at 2:30 here, not too long away. As the Alabama football program has really dominated Tennessee the last 15 years, if you want to be honest about it, and won 9 in a row. Can they make it 10 in a row over the Tennessee Volunteers? I know Tennessee's already defeated Florida this year, snapped that losing streak. You just really forget how bad Tennessee's been overall as a program. I don't remember the last time. Do you remember the last time Tennessee beat Auburn? And forever. Auburn doesn't play Tennessee every year like Alabama does, but we played them a pretty good bit.
I love it.
1991.
Really? No way.
Yes, 1991 was the last time that Tennessee defeated Auburn, and it was up in Knoxville. And so,
how many times have y'all played since then?
We played several. I mean, we'll look it up and see what
we gotta figure out.
We'll go back through. That's a good little.
This is one of those. Tennessee is one of those games. I think I like beating Tennessee more than I like beating Auburn. To be honest,
well, we've heard a lot of talk there from.
I can't stand Tennessee. I mean, this goes back to the former days though. This has been coming. This is called karma. Is what this is. So it's nice to see Tennessee struggle a little bit. We have, I say we. I got to change that. Alabama has now beaten them 9 years. Yeah, I know. I can't do that. I hate to be that guy. Alabama has beaten them the past 9 years in a row. I know they're really going to be wild with Kiffin coming in today as well. So I'm hoping Kiffin tries to go ahead and put 60 on them. To be honest with you, let's do it. Let's let Hurts do what he does, and let's put up 60 on him. Dobbs scares me though. He seems to play well against us. He has Tennessee seems to be that little comeback magic team.
Yeah.
So
I did misspeak severely on what I just said because
Peyton Manning probably beat you.
He did in '97. So, but you look back in 03, we've played since '90 when we tied. We'll just start there, okay? In 1990, Auburn and Tennessee tied 26-26. You look at it, we've played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And Auburn has 6 wins and they have 4. So, it's overall series between Auburn and Tennessee is in favor of Auburn. They have 28 wins, Tennessee with 21 and 3 ties overall. So, yeah, the 97, 98, 99, Auburn lost all 3 of those to the Volunteers. But since then, it's been Auburn. We've played them in 03, won 28-21, beat them in 04, 34-10, played them again. The SEC Championship game, beat them 38-28. One of the worst games I've ever sat through. Randy will tell you this. Auburn beat Tennessee 14-12 in 2008. It was a punt fest, and we literally left in the middle of the fourth quarter with Auburn up 14-12 with the game still in doubt, and I'd seen enough. That was the start of the 08 debacle right there, and Auburn was able to somehow win that game.
That's funny that you said that. There's one other story I've heard like that is the year that Cam Newton came to Tuscaloosa, and they came back and beat Alabama. Luke Chapman's dad, Jerry, he was at the game. At halftime, he got up and said, "I can already tell you where this is going to go. I'm leaving." He left, and Alabama, of course, ended up getting beat. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He said, "I can go ahead and tell you how this one's going to end," and just took off.
Sometimes you just have a feeling.
Sometimes you just know. You just want to be around for it.
You do. And the last time Auburn and Tennessee played was obviously in 2013, and Auburn went to Knoxville and beat them 55-23. So it was.
I'm hoping for something like that today.
I'm not. So, but anyway,
you love Tennessee, don't you?
Yeah.
Tennessee was your pick before the season started.
Just love Tennessee, but no, I don't really love Tennessee. Tennessee is a team I picked to play in the SEC Championship, and I still think they're going to make it there, even if they lose today.
Yeah, they will.
I think that they'll have a chance to rematch. And here's the thing: I said it in the the Georgia game was the game for Tennessee because you didn't want to be, or the Florida game too. I mean, they've got a tiebreaker over both of them, and they lose a heartbreaker to Texas A&M, but they have that tiebreaker over Georgia and Florida, which means necessarily that Florida and Georgia have to win out to have a chance. That ain't going to happen. So Tennessee is still sitting in good shape. Their best bet were, and I said it before the season started. You and I went through the schedules. I said if Tennessee had their rathers, they'd lose to Alabama in the regular season and have a chance to play them in the SEC Championship game where it meant more. The game they would rather win in the regular season be that Georgia game.
Oh, yeah.
Because that gives them a head up, and the Florida game. I was counting the Florida win anyway. I thought Tennessee beating them was a little sketchy, but they did win both of those games, so they have the tiebreaker over the teams in their division that can beat them.
And you mentioned, too, losing last week to Texas A&M. If they had to lose to anybody, that was the best way to lose right there. Losing double overtime on the road, coming back. If they can win today and they can win the SEC Championship, they're going to get in the playoff.
It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Even if say they lose a close one today and then turn around and beat Alabama in the SEC Championship,
it's going to screw a lot of things up.
Because you're going to have two little 5-point losses right there.
Hard to look at a team like that and the schedule they played in this little stretch
So things are really still kind of lining up for Tennessee.
They can. We're up against a break here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion, talk about Alabama, Tennessee, talk about that Arkansas Ole Miss game. Where do you think that one will end up? The bizarre ending to that game last year, crazy. Kind of really decided that it paved the way for Alabama to make it to the SEC championship game. That crazy play there at the end of that game. Stay tuned.
No doubt.
For the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Ken Bone is in the basement.
Who?
That guy in the debate. Ken Bone.
Why is he all?
Because he's great looking. I thought he was funny. I mean, he has the mustache. He's just
Ken Bone.
Yeah, they love him. They love him. It's been on like Jimmy Fallon.
– 2 minutes.
Look at this thing. College player plays for Wisconsin. This happened. Pro college athlete, anything else. They just on game day.
Who is that?
Wisconsin, Nigel Hayes. Sure if he plays football?
One minute.
Who's on game day? He wears this red sweater. Stupid.
Something stupid like that.
Always.
That Ric Flair.
Yeah. Woo. I thought it was Willie Nelson when they first opened the door.
All that smoke.
Yeah, I was like, Willie Nelson's on game day today. Woo.
He really pisses me off sometimes.
Coming back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. 30 minutes left in today's show, and I feel like you and I've played in a football game this morning. So some of the stuff we've gone through. Anyway, a lot of people listening out there. We appreciate it. A lot of people sending us messages and asking about certain games on the high school scene last night. Obviously, college football game day out there. A lot of things going on in the world of sports with the Alabama-Tennessee game coming on at 2:30. Obviously, Auburn off on this particular Saturday. Get ready for Arkansas next Saturday at home at 5 o'clock. I'm looking forward to that game already.
Speaking of Auburn,
yeah,
we hadn't had a chance to talk since I guess last week and everything.
Yeah,
what's your thoughts? Like, because I know early on in the season there's been some growing pains and everything, but you're looking at a team that's completely turned it around. I mean, you have a strong defense. And the offense seems to be getting better. Are you more optimistic now?
It seems to be. I still think there's things to prove.
Yeah.
As a team, and I think that'll happen each and every week. I think you got to continue to build on what we've done to this point. Obviously, LSU was a big win, and then you follow it up on the road. Your first road game, you go to Mississippi State, and you don't just win; you win handily.
Yeah. You think that's a sign that things are getting better, or you think it's kind of a combination of y'all playing better and Mississippi State being so bad? I mean, what's
probably
what's
a combination of both. But then you look at the way Mississippi State traveled on a short week out to Provo and should have probably won that game last night. So that made me feel a little bit better. You look at the 2 losses, 2 top 5 teams, Clemson and Texas A&M. Both games were close. So
you have a defensive line that's probably one of the best in the nation right now too. I'm surprised how well that defense is.
I think you're going to tell a lot with the Arkansas Ole Miss matchup. If Auburn can win those 2 games,
Ole Miss game, we're really going to give you an idea.
Well, yeah, I think if you go to 6-2 there, I mean, heading down the stretch, I think you got a real good shot. Obviously, going on the road, beating Georgia.
Yeah,
I think you got a good shot at obviously beating Vanderbilt. Hopefully, hold and serve don't have a snafu there. But then, I mean, you're looking at a team that could catch some momentum and only have 2 losses, possibly heading into the Iron Bowl. And who knows what Alabama's record? They've still got Tennessee and Texas A&M left to play, and LSU. I mean, so there's still some tough games ahead for Alabama.
This Auburn team has really exceeded my expectations. I mean, early on, I like to poke fun and make jokes and everything, but the turnaround has been. I mean, it's been impressive.
Well, the turnaround is defensively, and the deal is that what that says is that if you have a great defense, which we haven't had, and Lord knows when, you can be in football games and you can give yourself a chance to win. And if your offense can turn things around, then you start winning football games like you do at Mississippi State. And but the thing is during a game is that if you've got a good defense on your side, you feel like you're in it all the time. And if your offense can muster some points, you feel real comfortable. If you have a 2-touchdown, 17-point lead on somebody, you really kind of sit back and go, unless we just flub this up bad, we're going to win this football game. And so I just think that's where it is with Auburn right now.
You hit on the head with that. If you've got a really good defense, and you feel a lot better, because speaking from an Alabama perspective this year, watching them, I feel like we could roll the ball and go with a true freshman quarterback because our defense was so good. Of course, offense is going to make some bad plays. He's going to have some bad plays every now and then. If your defense is good enough, then he can bail you out of that. And I think Auburn is benefiting a lot from that too, because offense not as explosive or as dynamic as it's been in the past, but that defense has really been there to pick up the slack.
Yeah.
And that, like you said, that's what it comes down to.
What about Sean White right now? Seventh in the country in passing.
He's gotten better. He really has.
Percentage.
I was on the put Franklin in train all season long and just see what happens, but he's kind of turning it around. I think that Ole Miss game. I think y'all beat Arkansas. I don't think Arkansas is as good as they come out and played against Texas A&M stuff like that early on this season. But I think that Ole Miss game is going to be a really true test, because I feel like Ole Miss they're a lot better than their record. I'll give you that.
Well, they are, and the thing is that. You look at this Arkansas team. The crazy thing about Arkansas is they're 4-2 on the season, but if you look at their conference record, they're 0-2.
I saw a stat that Brett Bielema is 5-19 against AP top 25 teams.
You know what? I've heard
5-19.
I've heard that record before. Let's see.
Oh yeah, what was that?
5-19. Gene Chizik coming out of Iowa State, who we ran out and sprinted to go get. Like we thought everybody in the country was going to go out
a national championship coach like that.
I'm telling you,
he's a national champion.
Yeah, he is, and so is Cam Newton. The 5 and Auburn sprints out to get a guy that was 5-19. But let's look at the rest of Auburn's schedule for everybody, and then we'll move into this Alabama-Tennessee matchup. Obviously, the big game on tap. Auburn obviously sitting at 4-2 with an off week this week. They have Arkansas next Saturday at home. At 5 o'clock, then they go on the road on the 29th to play Ole Miss. That's Halloween weekend. All kind of spooky things happen that weekend. And then back home with Vanderbilt. So let's just be kind of prognosticators here. If Auburn wins those 3 games, they go to 7-2 going into Georgia, Alabama A&M, and Alabama. So 7-2, they're going to Georgia. If they win those games, obviously Auburn's going to be on a high, lots of momentum. A game they've circled with Georgia. They're tired of losing to them. They could win that game, go to 8-2, beat Alabama A&M, go to 9-2, be 9-2 heading into the Iron Bowl.
Yeah.
Here's where Auburn has navigated
this stretch, and then you're in a play for the SEC championship.
Well, that's the thing is that you look at the start of the season. We were 1-2 with an LSU team coming in. And a play at the end of that game that I told everybody, if it goes against you, could lose your coach, could lose this team, could, Auburn had that streak going there, hadn't won a conference game since 2014 in October against South Carolina, 0-7 against Power 5, teams since, whenever. Had a lot of bad things going. They end up getting that play to go their way, and you see what they've done since then, and they're heading into this stretch here where I think they could easily win 2 of 3. Yeah. Okay, easily win 2 of 3.
That's what I think. I feel like you're going to win 2 or 3 of those.
So, I mean, if you win 2 or 3, you're still sitting with an opportunity to have 8 wins going into the Iron Bowl. I mean, you're looking at 8-3, Adam, going in the Iron Bowl. Who in the world would have thought it? And you lost 2 of your first 3 games. Yep. But who thought that Clemson? Well, we knew Clemson was going to be good, but who thought Texas A&M was going to be as good as they're playing right now?
Yeah, and I mean, Auburn holding Clemson to 19 points. I mean, was just.
And with a throw into the end zone to win the game.
Yeah, and we thought, well, maybe Deshaun Watson is not ready. Maybe the offense is not clicking. No, it turns out that maybe this defense is a lot better than people was giving credit for.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do. Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it. If you want my honest opinion, which is a really good thing for Auburn, and finally found the guy I think that has found the chemistry there on that defensive side, and that's Kevin Steele. And Kevin Steele, everybody was like, well, what do you think about Kevin Steele? That wasn't a prolific hire. I mean, he's been successful everywhere he's been. He's had some hiccups. He's definitely had some hiccups, but who hasn't? Will Muschamp was a disaster, and Ellis Johnson was a disaster. Ted Roof was a disaster. I mean, we've been through them. Brian Van Gorder was a disaster. I mean, we have been through some defensive coordinators at Auburn.
Have you ever seen anybody fall up more than Brian Van Gardner?
Man, he is. He's falling up.
Falcons, Auburn, Notre Dame. I mean, just like that. And he's been terrible.
It means he must be heading to the Patriots.
Yeah, exactly. And Bill Belichick make him to a genius.
That's exactly right. 256-234-6221 to be part of the Saturday Sports Countdown. It's been a great show. A little shaky start, a little rocky start to the show there. But on Rocky Top today, Alabama and Tennessee. Adam, not very fond of my analogy there and my comparison to the start of the program to what's going on up in Tennessee today. It is the 3rd Saturday in October. This game really hasn't meant a lot lately, and to this to a lot of the younger kids out there, especially Alabama kids, they're like, "What's the big deal?
Is this? Yeah.
What's the big deal?
It's another team that we.
It's just a team that we should beat every year, and that they have. I mean,
because they're spoiled. It's because they're spoiled. They don't realize how good they have it because it hadn't always been this way. It's not always going to be this way. And I remember coming up to the tough times in games like this, the big game of the season. Because
people remember Alabama Tennessee had a streak on Alabama.
Yeah,
exactly. For a while, and we'll pull up that history too because we've already looked at it. Obviously, Alabama, as Nick Saban comes out and says that this game probably means more to the fans than the Auburn game, which, and I've got several Alabama friends that told me, but when they were growing up, the Tennessee game, they hated them more than they did Auburn because of that rivalry. But I don't think so much anymore with the younger generation. I definitely think that you look at the way things are out now and the way things have played out, that the Auburn-Alabama rivalry definitely reigns supreme in this state with our younger generation and moving forward. But
it's just something about that pumpkin orange, though, that I just can't. Pumpkin inside gut throw up orange.
Well, it is Halloween. I mean, it is October.
I mean, I just can't stand Tennessee. I don't know why.
I'm telling you, you like that video, don't you? Where the guy says, "I hate Tennessee." That you need to pull that video.
Yeah,
that's something that we all need to watch again. But you look at the series against Tennessee. Alabama leads 52-38-7. Longest win streak.
Right now, right?
Yeah. Well, no, the longest win streak ever is Alabama 71-81, and then the current win streak is 9 right now, 2007 to present. But if you go back and look, Tennessee had a streak themselves from 95 to 2001. Actually, from 95 to 2006, Alabama only won one time.
Yeah.
They won in 2002, 34-14, but Tennessee won from 1995 all the way to 2006, and then Alabama has won since then. So Tennessee had.
That's where it boils from right there.
Well, there
That's
you
where
go.
it comes from right
So
there.
there for a while, Tennessee fans were saying, "Who's Alabama?"
I know.
That's just another team.
It was
This
the
has been the
T. Martins.
streakiest series.
Yeah, it really
I mean,
has.
you look at, Tennessee wins 4 or 5 in a row. Then Alabama comes back and wins 6 or 7. Then Tennessee wins another 4 or 5. Then Alabama comes back and wins 5.
Goodness
And then
gracious.
Tennessee goes and wins 7. And then Alabama sneaks one
Sprinkles
in.
one in there.
And then Tennessee goes on another 3-game streak. And then now Alabama's on a 9. I mean, you can't. I don't remember the last time they traded blows as far as outside of 2002 and 2003.
But let's don't start that trend today.
You don't want to do that.
Let's don't do that today.
But you just don't have a lot of back and forth. You can see.
Can you announce the Central Coosa score?
Just crazy stuff. So we'll continue to talk about that as we move on. I do have a request for a high school score. We talked about it in the first hour. We'll repeat it. Central Coosa falls to Montgomery Academy 39-22 last night. Coosa had a lead in that game, unable to hold on to that victory and win. So I've had a couple requests for some scores here in the second hour. If you didn't catch your score there in the first hour, high school football here on the Saturday Sports Countdown, give us a call and we'll be glad to repeat that. We'll go ahead and take our final break of the Saturday Sports Countdown. When we come back, we'll close out predictions, games around the country. Stay tuned. More of the Saturday Sports Countdown coming your way right after this.
I thought the line was way too high. Bro. He has the voodoo working. Don't know. I'm wrong.
Hey, what was the Horseshoe Bend and Dadeville score?
Horseshoe Bend 7-0. Dadeville 50-13.
Yep. Dadeville lost.
Yes. It's a cool picture right there.
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes.
Anybody playing right now? Oklahoma? That's it.
I'll pull up the.
I think Wisconsin
1 minute.
might stay with Ohio State tonight. Might do it. Might. Who? Wisconsin. Might get a win. I want to say that. How about this stretch? They had Michigan last week and Ohio State this week. It's tough. No, they had a week off in between. Lost 14-7, Michigan.
Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Adam Blankenship here with you for a few more minutes this morning. Again, make sure you come out to JR Sports Bar and Grill. Big games on TV, obviously the big one, Alabama, Tennessee at 2:30. We've been talking about that game. We'll continue to talk about that here in the final segment. Do want to, again, repeat some somber news there for Auburn fans as Quentin Groves, former Auburn defensive end and great there, passes away at the age of 32 today. And apparently with a heart attack there this morning. Still haven't learned any more details there, but not too long ago there on the Plains playing in the mid-2000s, a dominating defender there for the Auburn Tigers, gone too early at age 32 there, Adam. And, again, we talked about that, and it doesn't matter who you pull for, whatever. Just brings reality into play there that you better take advantage of every day and understand that, take advantage of every moment you have. You just don't know when your time is going to be called. So, but hate to hear that. Our thoughts and prayers with him and his family and everybody surrounding Quentin Groves, a very, very good person, number one, and then number two, just a tremendous football player when he was at Auburn, and went on with second-round draft pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars, ended his career with the Oakland Raiders. So had a stint there in the NFL. But we'll close out. I know you're looking at some stuff. Your man, Jartavius Whitlow there, Adam.
Just trying to give you a little update on the season of where his numbers are at this point. He's responsible for.
You gonna pull for him when he gets down there in orange and blue?
I might. I really might. I think this kid's amazing. I really do. 3,564 passing yards, 50 total touchdowns, 3,228 rushing yards. I mean, is there anybody else that's doing? That's got what? 7,000 total yards. Get down there
Friday?
I'm going to get there probably about 6. Get a little early.
You better get there a little earlier.
I'm going to get down there. I might.
I have to get there at 5:30.
I'm going to try to pull some strings and try to get sidelines, kind of get first.
You do. I mean, Sportz Blitz here.
That's what I'm thinking right there. I'm going to do that. It's a special reporting. So that's the game plan right there. So hopefully I can bypass the seating thing and just watch it firsthand up close. So
it's going to be a tremendous football game. Lynette and Lafayette next Friday night, region championship there on the line. An undefeated season on the line.
39 passing touchdowns, 36 rushing. That's not right.
That's all?
That's career. Hold on. Let's go. 18 rushing. 18 rushing touchdowns this year, 22 passing. I mean, that's just amazing.
Still
right
sick.
There. It's amazing, man.
I mean, you thought you were going to bring it down a notch.
2 receiving, 8 special teams touchdowns.
That's just crazy, isn't it?
Player of the year.
I mean,
Player of the year.
How does he not win Mr. Football?
Right, that's Player of the Year, and then turn around and win it in basketball. So hey.
Well, and then they won the state championship in basketball last year. They had a chance to win it in football this year, and got a chance to win it in basketball again. I mean, this is a stretch for Lafayette fans that they may never forget. I mean, you just look at the way.
Let's. I know we're doing the show Tuesday together. Let's get him on too, because I'm interested in talking to him and seeing if recruiting's picked up anymore. Just because he just continued, and here we are towards the end of the season. I'm interested to see if he's gotten more offers. Do you know anything about?
No, I haven't heard any more about him. As far as what he talked about a few weeks ago when he was on the show with us. Would like to see what his interest level has grown to now. And as he continues to dominate and make his run in the playoffs, Adam, he'll continue to garner more and more attention. Let's talk about today in college football around the country. Some games underway already. West Virginia up on Texas Tech 7-6. Kansas State down to Oklahoma right now 14-7. Clemson and NC State underway. After the end of the first quarter, Clemson up only 3-0.
That's a tricky game right there. NC State's not a bad team.
They're not a bad team.
They're not good, but they're not a bad team.
Baylor and Kansas, not going to be much there. Baylor 5-0 quietly 5-0, sitting at number 11.
Yeah.
People need to
shocking
take a note of that after all the off-field distractions this past year. Florida State and Wake Forest. Wake Forest, where did that come from? 5-1.
Ooh.
I mean, that's a shock in there. Can they defeat Florida State? I sure hope
Probably.
Nebraska 5-0 at Indiana 3-2.
Somebody said that Lafayette has only lost one game, and it was to Handley.
And Miami 4-1, North Carolina 4-2. So you look down the list: Virginia Tech 4-1, Syracuse 2-4, Florida 4-1, Missouri 2-3. Does Florida lose to Missouri today?
Nah, I don't see that happening. I just don't.
Don't see that happening.
No, I just don't see that happening. I don't think Missouri's very good. Just not very good.
Well,
Florida's
they're
not
just
great,
not
but they're better than Missouri.
Yeah, and is Del Rio back today? That's what the word is.
It don't matter. They're not good.
Not a lot in the SEC. LSU will host Southern Miss tonight. Obviously, that Ole Miss Arkansas game will start there. What's your thoughts there?
On the Ole Miss game?
Yeah.
I see Ole Miss winning that game. I just think Ole Miss is a lot better football team than their record. I think Arkansas showed them a lot because I thought going in Alabama playing Arkansas last week that game was going to be a lot closer than what it was.
Yeah.
And we stunk it up. There we go again.
There you go.
Alabama stunk it up a little bit and gave up some points
I'll
there.
give you the we. I'll let you go with the
I
we.
can't. I don't want to be the wee guy. You know,
You are the we. It's just,
I
it
am
just
the wee
flows
guy.
off the tongue too easy.
It really does. It really
Um,
does. But I see Ole Miss getting that win. I feel like
Arkansas 0-3 in the SEC, if that's the case.
really.
They'll drop to 0-3
So
in the SEC.
5-20 for old Bert. I know Bielema is one of your favorite coaches in
he's
the conference, right?
Not a big fan there. I'm with you. I think Ole Miss ends up winning that game, but it is at Arkansas. It's tonight at 6. We'll see how it plays out. Georgia trailing Vanderbilt 7-3, starting the second quarter. So say what you like. This Georgia team.
Where is that game? Is that game in Athens?
It's in Athens. So
Shoo.
yeah, no kidding. So
Ooh.
Georgia, Kirby Smart, a lot on his hands. Real
I hate
quick,
that
I do
vote,
want to
Kirby.
send a message out there. A lot of people know that fishing season is upon them. Christmas time's coming up. Our good friend David Hare says right now is the time to get you a gift certificate for a striper guide trip. And of course, I've been with him many times. We've done several shows out there. You've seen the shows, what you can do to catch a trophy striped bass here on Lake Martin. Make sure you go out, check out David Hare and his striper guide service. Alex City Guide service for the best trophy stripe trips around. I promise you, you will not be disappointed there. Time to get that gift certificate for your loved one for Christmas coming up.
And also, one other thing I want to mention too is the Radney 5K is coming up October 29th. Make sure everybody goes out there and helps support the school systems here. That's going to be kicking off at 7:30 at Radney. So that's the Radney 5K, October 29th.
A quote from Nick Saban. I want to pass along as we head into the Alabama-Tennessee game. Get your prediction here as we close out. You know, Nick Saban came out and said that he felt like this game was probably the more important game in the locker room now for Alabama. But he did say this at his press conference when he was hired. We have an opponent in this state that we work every day, 365 days a year, to dominate.
True. It's true.
I mean, so which one is it? Is it Auburn or is it Tennessee? I mean,
It's
or
both of them.
is it the moment?
We're just going to put y'all
Is
in
it the moment?
We're going to put you in the same hat as Tennessee.
There you go.
And just we'll hate you equally.
Well,
Yeah.
we appreciate
You know?
that. We didn't want to drop below the equal level of hate.
There you
of
go.
Tennessee.
There you go.
We just
I
want
can
to still
tell
be the
you-
man.
I can tell you were a little bit jealous.
Yeah, I mean,
right
don't
there.
want to be hated any less than Tennessee. So,
Little brother gets a little jealous every now
yeah,
and then.
no
It's
little brother
okay.
here, brother.
All right, predictions on the game though. Give me some
I mean, I
scores.
think Alabama will win the game. I think Alabama will win it. It'll be close. I'm going to say 34-31.
Ooh, I'm going. Don't say that. I don't want that at all.
34-31.
I'm going to go 45-17.
No.
Yep.
No.
45-17.
No. Not going to
Tennessee hate week. I
know. Tennessee hate week.
Only
Don't
thing,
let your emotions talk for you.
Only thing I'll give Tennessee credit for is whenever they zoom into the stadium today from the blimp, notice to the left there's like a bunch of little boats and yachts over here in the river.
Yeah.
That's where they tailgate at. That's probably the best tailgate in the nation.
In the
to
river.
be honest with you. And they went over there because people are sliding off the boats and they're having a good time.
Isn't
And
that
there's
water
probably-
cold up there?
It don't matter, that they've been up early all morning. I'm sure there's some kind of bourbon flowing up there somewhere.
Hey, you
But-
are in Tennessee.
Yeah, true that. But that seems to be the best tailgate spot in America. But other than that, I don't like anything else about it. I don't like Peyton Manning. I don't like any of them. None of them.
Not a lot of fans of the Tennessee Vols in this part of the country, no doubt about it. But Adam, it's been a lot of fun. Again, Rocky Top to you out there. It's going to be interesting to see how that that game plays out. Georgia trailing Vanderbilt right now, Ole Miss, Arkansas on tap, and then later tonight, Ohio State and Wisconsin. Some good football out there for you to watch. Make sure you come out to JR's for the best food around. Take it to your house, have it delivered, whatever you want to do. Sit back and enjoy this Saturday. For Adam Blankenship, I'm Brett Pritchard saying we've enjoyed it well, PF. See you next Saturday.